And now, live from the Steel Twins recording studio in beautiful Traverse City, Michigan, it's your hosts, the Cannonball, the Cannon, the Steel Twins. What's up, everybody? It is Thursday afternoon on a very special edition of Voice Acting, so you know what that means.
So time to get to the bottom of this. That's what it means.
Absolutely. I'm very intrigued from the last episode where, we have the backstory of the case. In case you're catching up, here's what's going on. So this episode is, the hell is it called? Severed Ties. Quite literally, a guy's necktie was severed. Bad joke. Anyway, so the head of House Frega, William Frega, has been found murdered in his study. The prime suspect is his eldest daughter, Beatrice, but the fact is, she's blind. She can't see. And, but not only is she being accused of the murder, she's being accused of grand theft. She has stolen, alleges the prosecution, that she stole a magical sword known as the Spell of Sword Eating, which would have nullified any magical effects, protecting doors and such. And an anti-magic field was, shrouding the entire area. So, really, we don't know what the heck's going on here. Plus, there's stuff in the background that I'm curious about. Ruby Tymora apparently knows Eris Illmatter as, quote-unquote, the boss's daughter. What the heck does she mean by that? Who's the boss? Because as we saw in conclusion of the previous episode, Eris and Illmatter was speaking with a rather unsavory gentleman in a fedora and an eye patch. So he presumably must be the boss, and apparently he was known as the Eye Taker. We've seen that name come up in the game, so I'm like, so how the heck does she? So is she in cahoots with this guy? What is the big deal here? If he's supposed to be this big crime boss, why is she defending mages and doing? What is she getting involved in? There is so much to dig into here.
I think there's something more to it than. I think there's something more to it than Ruby Tymora working with criminals. There might be some more to that.
Well, don't forget, Eris Illmatter first showed up in one of the first episodes of the game as in a nightmare that our host, our hero Tyrion Cuthbert had. She called him Heavenborn. The heck is that supposed to mean?
Hell if I know.
Well, because, apparently Tyrion has magical abilities that, aren't really dictated by the laws of magic, even though he's not really a mage. But apparently, he has this thing called the Eye of Horus, but what it's supposed to do stuff, it's like imbued by a dragon or something. But anyway, I really want to get to the bottom of this case, and I kind of want to get to the juicy deets of what's going on here. So,
you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to get started without Zion, a potato, who, by the way, did stop by at my stream earlier today on Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. He was all like, what the hell is that? Doesn't look anything like Zelda. Colors are bland, or whatever the case may be. It's just, it's weird, I assured him that it was Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, but yeah.
The darkest of the franchises. Oh, yeah. So, well, okay, I mean, that was random.
Definitely one of my favorites, though.
It's definitely a nostalgic classic. And speaking of, our good friend Scott Ryan had a pretty good idea for Nostalgic Mondays, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He suggested that he play Star Fox 64, and that is going to be next on the docket for Nostalgic Monday. So Stay tuned. Yeah,
you could do a couple of different runs and see if you could, see if you can get a high kill count, high medal count, high score. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. So anyway, So there's that, plus all of the other wonderful content that we bring you. We try to bring you each and every day. You know, Steel Twins Andy is working its ass off. I got to catch up on the main channel. But I did do some Diablo grinding last night. For some reason, that video is not available on YouTube, but it is available on Twitch. So stop by. You know, and when the fall comes around and football season's in full swing, you know, I'm sure that we'll have some other ideas. But man, I'm tired about, well, not tired, but I mean, I'm excited. You know, I think we've had about enough time to talk and commiserate here. This can is awful sweaty. Let's make sure I get it nice and dried up here. But yes, folks, it is time for my second favorite part of the show. So I'll wait for Package here to get his drink ready, because we got to do this together. We got to do this as a team. This is about the team. So you guys know the drill by now. If you have a cap to your bottle or a pin on your can, you go ahead and pull that pin back or twist that cap off.
With a twisty twist twist.
Hey, Cannon. What time is it?
It's time to get bombed.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, mate.
Purple haze up in my brain.
Yeah, right, son.
Yep, I just had to do a quick sound check. All right, well, what are we waiting for? Live scene.
Sweet.
Yep, so I think we're ready to do this. Let's go ahead and load. And Andrew, go ahead and give us that wonderful line you always do.
We go forward like a breath exhale from the earth, with vigor in our hearts and one goal in sight.
The truth. Your Honor, the defense, the prosecution, I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt of court. Oh, wait! I didn't really think this through, did I?
Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear.
The message that he got from Wallace. What? I see. Very well, then. What are they saying? It appears that Ms. Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead. Whoa!
Whoa!
Talk about some 4D chess there. Holy shit! Yeah, something.
Stay tuned.
Wow.
Stay tuned, folks.
Man, okay, anyway.
What the hell? You can't be serious.
I am honestly just as surprised as you are, Miss Tymora. But Miss Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it is also legal.
You recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today.
So, what would you do if one of your clients was guilty?
I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer.
And if no one else would represent them?
I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice.
I see.
Steelwind, did she somehow know this would happen?
Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go.
Shortly after you barged into the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you.
Hey, plausible deniability, brother.
I guess we're really doing this.
What's wrong?
This feels feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom.
I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand.
No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables?
Jesus.
Told you. What?
Please ignore her.
No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us.
Celeste?
For the love of... I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if you want it so badly.
Oh my God. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. As much as I hate to admit it, I am more comfortable here. Not that I want to encourage her. With all of these interruptions, I think it best to review the proceedings up until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Ms. Tymora?
You are, Your Honor.
Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Ms. Frega, could you please give your testimony to the court once more?
Of course.
Wait, time for a little witness testimony.
One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frega estate. It's probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago.
So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure?
Yes, he did.
As such, Beatrice had no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would be long gone by the night of the murder.
Is that really true, though?
Now go to that fifth statement.
Yep.
It didn't happen 5 years ago, did it?
Yeah, so okay, why don't we take a look at this? So according to Leif's testimony, I think it might be one of these things, but let's check it out. After his meeting with Beatrice Frega, William Frega retreated into his study and locked himself within it. Refused to speak with almost everyone tried to disturb him. The only person he spoke to was Leif. She told him about the theft of the sword of spell eating a letter after 1 a.m., and William seemed to care. You know, he entered the study to make some sort of adjustment to his will. So,
I don't think there's anything. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you know, that's, you know, she said that she disowned and the whole will got changed 5 years ago, but apparently it didn't happen till that night because of this testimony. However, let's see what else we got. Hang on. Beatrice Frega fled 5 years ago, went to hiding until the night of the murder, and didn't finally return her home. Arranged a meeting with her father. This meeting didn't end his plan, and Beatrice angered William Frega enough for him to declare that he would be disinheriting her that night. So,
Booyah.
Yep, that ain't right. Objection! Miss Frega, it's clear that you're regretful of how your elder sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you for all these years.
Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in your wounds.
I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Tymora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. So perhaps she's trying to make up for that. by lying to protect her.
Excuse me? I did nothing of the sort.
Ms. Frega, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frega, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago.
Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear that they had no misunderstanding of my father's estate.
No understanding, but yeah.
Oh, God damn it. They had no understanding? Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Leia Frega. Go on.
What?
And she should also have been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago.
Well, she must be mistaken then.
Objection! Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leif give her testimony directly?
I must agree with you, Ms. Tymora. Leia Frega should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looks way too confident. What is she planning? I'm not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Ms. Tymora expecting Leif to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Leia Frega to the stand. Oh boy. Ms. Frega, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. And he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that.
Man, this calls for tea.
Yeah, buddy.
This calls for afternoon tea.
You see, Leif, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she committed perjury.
What?
I'm checking for comments. Yeah, ad break or...
We got an ad break in 2 minutes.
No, subscribe if you don't want ads. I wouldn't go so far as to say...
Witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences, even for some of your sister's status.
No, she couldn't have.
Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony?
Miss Tymora, you can't just intimidate the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen, depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers. So, Leif, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said?
Yes, of course.
All right, time for a witness testimony.
You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways that he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies.
Oh, really? Let me read that over again. Just give me a second. She was quite young when my father called us. Well, she is 17 now, so she's 12. Didn't understand. My father went off and lied to us. It was one of the maids we kept in line. Really? I doubt it, man.
Despite the disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. The The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frega's future.
That's a lie. That is absolutely a lie.
What about our engagement? You remember that?
Yep. Yep.
You see, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frega was planning for his estate.
AF is definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Miss Tymora is playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for me, she's not the only person that gave her statement to me.
2 on Twitch, 2 on YouTube. I wonder who they may be. One of them could be me, though, but yeah.
Sound off!
Go back to that 5th statement, because...
yeah, okay.
No, you knew what it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, let me see here.
Okay, let me read about this. Lady Frega was due to be married to Jada von Sanctus. This arranged marriage was facilitated by William Frega and Lloyd von Sanctus. As part of this diplomatic marriage, House von Sanctus would be absorbed by House Frega. In return, Jada would inherit the entirety of House Frega from William. Leif knew how this marriage would affect the future of House Frega. She has expressed resistance to the diplomatic marriage and has been stalling for time. Lloyd von Sanctus worries that William Frega's death could cancel the marriage altogether. Y'all ready for this? 3, 2, 1.
Objection! Ms. Frega, did you really have no idea about House Frega's future?
No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us.
But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frega? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night.
What?
Leif, according to Lloyd Van Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement. Am I correct?
I have no reason to comment on that matter.
That's true.
Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business.
Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Leif's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage. Because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frega would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Leif. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Objection.
Objection. You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption.
And what assumption would that be, Miss Tymora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frega was acting logically.
What are you talking about?
It's clear that William Frega was extremely controlling of his daughters. By her own admission, Leah Frega was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frega found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frega, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball.
What are you trying to insinuate?
In his eyes, William Frega's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leith.
Well, okay, how the heck?
Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent.
But he wouldn't.
Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statements were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand.
Miss Tymora, are you threatening her?
As I said before, I am merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next.
Oh, she's using the legal system against them to try to muscle their way into submission.
Oh boy.
Mom, what do I do?
Damn it. She's pressuring Leif to side with her. She's clearly conflicted, though. Isn't there anything I can do?
You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her.
Are we about to see his special trick?
Is the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? You wonder.
I'm sorry. I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert.
Wait a minute. No, wait! It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
Naught can remain concealed from the empowered eye.
You did it. You activated the empowered eye. There has to be something in her mind that you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitely prove what was on his will? So project.
Why don't we just project the marriage?
Yeah. Next engagement.
As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Once like his holdings are weakening by the day, I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family.
She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit House Frega. That confidence must mean that she's certain of what was in William's will. But how do I prove that? Okay, so that's one part of it. Let's see.
Now, what about the autopsy report?
Okay, scratch marks on the face and back. But, when were those scratches in there? And trace of illusion magic.
Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you. I never wanted you to die.
She seems genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. From my encounter earlier, I know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but I doubt it was Leif. Yeah, so Leif wasn't the one that Troy wanted to off him. Let me see. Let me just take a look.
Profile.
Okay, profiles. So let's see.
Who else gave
Beatrice?
testimony? Yeah, who else gave testimony?
Okay, let's see. Miriam.
Yeah. What is she thinking?
Why would Mary say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No. I would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice.
So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. All right, we got one more here. Let me try to think about this. All right, hold on. Completely blind, unable to see anything. I could use that, but okay. Health and security. No, we got to go to profiles. About Ruby? No, maybe.
I would.
I mean, what is she thinking about? Yeah, because she's the one. Because Ruby's the one bullying her. Anyway.
Yeah.
Ruby Tymora. I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow.
What?
Will reading.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well...
Because, she is an attorney.
Oh, boy.
A will reading? She must be talking about William Frega's will. I believe you've had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frega's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frega's will is read to his family.
How did you...
I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. Triforce Hero 1229, otherwise known as our good friend Chris Lamson. Jesus, how many Ace Attorney games are there? Well, this is an indie game that's inspired by it, but yeah. There's quite a lot. I promise the next one we have on our list is kind of a detective game, so it doesn't take place in a courtroom, but it's still equally fun. So anyway, I suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frega's will is read.
Objection!
Objection! This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing if a motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client.
Miss Tymora, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder.
Of course I don't. She's completely innocent.
Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did?
You sneaky little...
Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I am not. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I will be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. Bang! Tough shit, lady. Oh boy.
Well, that happened.
Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking.
But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that.
Right, that is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, I suppose she was right on the mark. That was still a big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons.
And our work has only started. I still have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading was just an opportunity to stall for time. So the question remains, who really murdered William Frega? All right.
What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya?
Listen, I have the situation under control.
If that's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control.
Eris.
My father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frega's will became public record. This has thrown quite the wrench in our plans.
I understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us.
We better hope you're right, Tymora. Or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind.
What?
House Frega is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tymora, or else we'll continue to take more drastic measures.
Oh boy, Ruby needs to talk to Tyrion about this in development right now.
Yeah.
Right the hell now. Otherwise, she is just as complicit as everybody else in this case.
Yeah, and it's only been 30 minutes, man. We got to keep going, man.
We go forward.
We go forward with the breath exhales from the earth, with vigor in our hearts and one goal in sight.
The truth.
For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading.
Oh boy.
You arrive back at Frega Manor and see that Beatrice, Leaf, Miriam, and Von Sanctus have all gathered.
Aha. Yeah, we're just in time for tea. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just making a statement. If you don't want any ads, hit that subscribe button.
Okay, here we go.
Break at about 1:17. Here we go. Along with Miss Tymora, who is accompanying Beatrice as her attorney.
Very strange.
I'm not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air still feels too awkward to approach her and talk about it. Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frega's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyverngard when I say...
Enough! Just get on with it.
Very well, then. Now, what kind of cravat is that? There's Zion the potato. He has entered the chain, and you, my friend, are just in time for tea.
Yeah, just go ahead and sip it, because we've got a will reading here.
I hope you're subscribed to our channel, because we're going to get ads in about 20 seconds.
So?
Very well, then.
I think as a VIP, he doesn't get ads, but we'll find out. Yeah.
Bill? Oh, hell. Yeah.
You catch up in the archives. They've been updated. Anyway.
To get straight to the point, Lord Frega's will was magically sealed when it wasn't given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. I'm VIP? How? We'll explain later. Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frega's assets include sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyverngard, 10 million gold in various investments.
10 million?
10 million gold. I can't even begin to imagine what anyone could do with even a fraction of that wealth.
I'd buy 2 houses with that money.
Jeez, in this economy, probably.
And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frega noble house. The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal on it.
Oh boy. Why do I get the impression that shit's gonna go sideways?
Inflation's a bitch.
Yeah.
I, William Frega, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and...
Hold on. Okay, try it again because your feed froze on me, but go ahead. Try it again.
For Pete's sake. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden Von Sanctus.
What?
Provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Leif Frega, within 6 months of the date of my death.
Oh, shit.
What? What? That's...
Why do I feel like Jaden Von Sanctum did it? Well, we haven't seen him yet, but makes sense to me.
Also, marriage?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Arranged marriage. Yikes. William must have added an addendum to prevent Von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicated on Leif accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply waited 6 months, Von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate.
What in a pickled fried fart? What indeed?
Here we go. This is it right here.
In the event that Jaden Von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement within the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frega will be divided equally among my children, as per the laws of our kingdom. Oh, he's worried.
Yeah, very, very worried. I was right. William Frega never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder.
Although, what's to stop Sanctus from marrying her, then divorcing her, and taking her everything?
Oh, that's true, but she would get half. Anyway.
You glance at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind.
Definitely worried.
Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leif. Leif, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits.
Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frega now, just as it should have been.
Actually, about that, in light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing.
This is the addendum he made the night of the murder. Oh, shit. Strap in.
Buckle up, boneheads. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frega is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister.
I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself.
That can't be all, can it? Surely William entered a note of Liam's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leif Frega is an adult with legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. He's given Major Von Karma energy. Yep. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, boy.
Wait, not finished yet. Come back here.
I'd love to catch up with you, Leif, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading.
You notice an Inquisition guy outside the door. He seems to be watching Beatrice intently.
But don't worry. I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course.
A group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leah follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Tymora.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
About what I did.
Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert.
Oh.
It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressure to do something and you made a rash decision. But I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw.
Wait, what?
Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages?
But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it.
I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for discussion.
I've always regarded and respected Miss Tymora, and I suppose it's always made me deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than I do, and she's still my mentor.
I want to believe that.
I want to believe that. I really do. But deep down, I know that this is wrong. Miss Tymora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but I can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice.
Ruby is Gavel's sister.
Whoops, sorry.
And Ruby is Gavel's sister. Theory confirmed. I knew it. Her sternness. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste holding your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. It's that same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand. It's as if she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. I want to know what I say if I was him. I know what I want to say if I was him. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Your anxiety fades, and you take a deep breath.
I'm not going to do that, Miss Tymora.
What?
You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair.
That's not what
I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me.
Fine. Do what you want, but you're only going to make things harder for everyone.
The hell?
Oh.
Tyrion,
As soon as Mr. Moore steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor.
Oh, Jesus, he passed out.
Whatever bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue.
Scaled Lord, that's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that.
Well, Isaiah, what would you say?
Want to know what I would? I don't know if I do or not, but who's gonna stop you anyway?
but you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean. Right now, you're kind of just sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom?
Meanwhile, you return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. It takes you a while before you feel ready to stand.
You okay?
Yeah, I just needed a moment. Anyways, the will reading brought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned.
He said, I would say, girls, shut up and trust the process, lady. I know they did it, and if you're not with me, then kiss my ass.
You have a lot more spine than this guy does, believe me, but...
So, where should we start first?
Right, I'm the prosecutor now, so that would technically make me his boss for the time being.
This is weird, right?
Yep.
Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. What would Steelwind normally do in this situation?
Well, she normally have us investigate areas of interest.
Right. The context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. But we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you and the Inquisition search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you could find evidence of how the soul of spell eating was stolen.
Whatever you say, boss.
That covers the Inquisition, but what are we gonna do?
It's clear that Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will that he was drafting. Might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance.
Okay, so Zion was saying she would be bitchy about it. That's what she would do. I think he was talking about Ruby, but
yeah, that's true. I think
go to the crime scene.
Yep, let's go to the crime scene.
Come on, where is it?
As you enter William Frega's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers in his desk.
Why isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? What?
As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. But you already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. No, I was talking about what stealing we usually do leading in an investigation. Oh, I see.
This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam?
As if that's any of your business.
Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business.
Suspicious. Very much so. You give a side glance to the knights stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate them into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and you have a feeling you know what it is.
The will.
Uh-huh.
Let's talk to her. What were you looking for? You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important that you disturb an active crime scene?
So, yeah, you grabs the gavel and says, I should probably prepare.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
so let's go through these dialogues and then we'll read comments.
Sorry.
It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me.
Really? Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you?
That's... Were you trying to destroy it before we could get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. Did she really do this?
Oh, is she also suspicious of Beatrice?
You can't handle the truth. Yeah. Colonel Jessup style.
The modified. So yeah, maybe she is thinking that Beatrice played some part in it. Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frega?
I just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough?
You also suspect something, don't you?
Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this.
Miss Frega, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand, I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with her father's death. Unlike Laef, she didn't immediately deny it. This means that she already had her own suspicions.
Did you disconnect by accident or something?
I saw your computer blip for a second.
Oh.
I don't have any alerts. It's probably just your internet connection. Anyway.
Oh, I can't. Where's the will?
Where is the will, Miriam? I need to see it.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it.
I recall that she was...
Yep, go ahead.
Well, she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. She's probably telling the truth.
It should have been here, but I can't find it.
He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means that someone took it during the lockdown. Oh, interesting.
William's modified will has been added to the court record.
On the night of the murder, William Frega retreated into his study to modify his will. He died before this will could be submitted, so it's not valid. The draft was supposedly stolen during the lockdown. It's likely that the murderer took and/or destroyed it. So,
Nope.
so the original will was the one that was read this morning. Ah,
Nosy ass.
exactly.
It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. It's looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. Anyways, it looks like we won't be able to find the will, but the fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our other leads. There's also the question of who committed the murder and how.
Don't we already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spell eating and used it to break into the study.
That's true, but think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frega's study. But the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room.
About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room?
That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her.
Oh, shit.
But if they were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? It would be because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule? I remember the guy at the well reading also mentioned that. What is it? It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to that law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property.
So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else can she tell me? All right.
But also, in the wise words of the Steel Twins,
You never know. I'm glad you're catching on with that, Zion. Nice one. Beatrice's guilt. Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well.
That's...
Am I incorrect?
I don't know what to think anymore. What else would she threaten me?
Threaten her?
oh boy.
Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way?
What? Of course not. That you won't tell anyone about this.
I won't tell anyone. What happened?
About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tymora. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny.
What?
She had information that I had tried to keep secret. She threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her.
No! No, she would never do that!
I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Tymora that I told you. She'll ruin me.
The ice shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying.
Wow.
Oh.
Ruby's starting to show her true colors. But seriously, Package, she's wearing all black. Why? Come on. Why the hell would you? Anyway, I got swindled again. Anyway.
I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. I'll bet you're just the same. A successful for the devil of defense attorneys.
The rumors, they can't be true. I refuse to believe it.
Hey, Tyrion, are you okay?
Now is not the time to doubt myself. There's too much at stake right now, and I have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something.
Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay?
Yeah. I'll have plenty of time to think about this later. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think you should move somewhere else. Can you talk to her further?
Nope,
No,
there's
you
nothing
can't.
else. So, yeah, that bitch gave us a bum steer. Whatever the heck that means. Go ahead.
What's the sitting room got something to do with it?
Well, let's take a look. I mean, we were just here a minute ago. Let's take a look.
As you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there.
What the hell?
You don't see him there, but you spot another individual.
The hell is this guy doing?
He's calmly reading some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating from him.
Then why didn't you just have him holding a book in his hand? Weird ass.
This is. I think that may be Lucille Steelwind, but
Who gets him?
you do.
Okay. This aura. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence. What? Did he notice me? I've barely entered the room.
Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you.
Wait,
You bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably won't do much against Nax that large.
Protegus!
I would say Protegus.
Protegus!
You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backward.
Huh? Oh, it's you two.
What the hell was that? You could have killed him!
They shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two.
Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are?
I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Wyvern Military Forces. Well, here we go.
Name Lucio Steelwind. Occupation Grand General.
So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. I do share this same intimidating stare. Although, he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt.
She looks more than irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheathes her sword. Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people who had the motive to murder William Frega. As a fellow head of a pillar house, you might have some information about William and his affairs.
Now I know how Arya got her asshole personality. Oh, and giving us a bum steer means we got tricked. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. That's a good phrase. So, oh my gosh. All right, well, so Tyrion and Celeste. She's still pissed at him.
If looks could kill.
Oh, if looks could kill.
Go ahead, Lucio.
McCoy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent.
Aw, guess you do have some bad instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your...
Celeste? Such lack of respect and discipline. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hanged.
If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself.
Okay, let's all try to stay civil here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's ball when the murder occurred. Am I correct? I was. do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you. I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you. Arya Steelwind. I'm sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried. It's her own fault for exerting herself despite her injuries. Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield.
How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing.
By prosecuting the heiress of House Frega, she had very little evidence to substantiate the conviction. She wanted to strike a blow on a rival house. She should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Frega is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Frega and House Steelwind would be completely annihilated. It's clear he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Oh boy, this guy... How dare you cut her off, Cuthbert? Jeez. Yeah, it was getting good, too. If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Holy shit. She's not scared. Anyway,
hey,
night of the murder.
We got plenty of viewers, by the way. Thanks for your support. Sound off.
I love it. Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind? I so loathe gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Frega's lost Eris had made an unexpected appearance, supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. Did you speak with them at any point? No. I kept my distance and stayed near the Kingsguard. I needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Frega? Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Fregas are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement. You were worried that she was going to try to take Asta back. I was. It was clear that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation. What were they talking about? The conversation was completely inane. It's all just small talk. Lady Frega spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right, Asta's younger brother was there too. Talk. Beatrice's alibi. We know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she have some unknown goal by speaking with Asta and his brother? You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? It was before the lockdown. That sounds about right. This means that she was accounted for before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point? No. She spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave the site until she was arrested for Lord Frega's murder. What? That means she was accounted for the entire night. Maybe she's maybe she's
alibi. Go ahead.
Maybe she's completely innocent after all.
Beatrice's alibi has been added to the court record.
Beatrice Frega was seen speaking with Esther de Wivengard and Alaric de Wivengard during the Lord's Ball. She spent the entire night speaking with them. She was also accounted for before the sword of spell eating was reported missing. Lucille Stillwind, Esther, and several members of the Kingsguard can confirm this. So you know what? That thing about how, that whole thing where she said, I'm technically an accomplice. You know what? Pay attention, package. Eris Illmatter planted that statement in her head.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm calling it right now. Beatrice is completely innocent, and someone's trying to throw her under the bus. And it's not Ruby, it's Eris, and more importantly, the boss. So, anyway, gotta prove it.
Oh hell no! Like you said, we gotta prove it.
Gotta prove it, but I'm telling you, yeah, that statement had to have been planted in her head. But her thoughts said she was an accomplice in William's death. Was she there to distract the King's Guard? Thank you for answering our questions, Lord Steelwind. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you. He was surprisingly pretty cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. I'll need to find more evidence if I want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste. McCoy.
What?
Your spell casting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior.
If that means anything coming from you.
What an undisciplined and defiant brat. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's done.
Move.
Let's move.
Yeah, we gotta move.
Back to we're gonna move to Beatrice's bedroom.
Yeah.
So, Diane the Potato says, if Illmatter is a necromancer, necromancy users often have the ability of brainwashing and manipulation. That's my theory. Actually, Eris Illmatter's field of study is illusion magic. You see?
Illusion.
And who had illusion magic? Huh? Huh? Anyway, let's go to the bedroom.
Keep it in that corner. Don't let it get away.
Uh-oh.
Get away from him.
As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. It's some sort of animal. A wolf, to be exact.
Ah? Remember him?
Oh.
Wait, is that...
You recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Manipulation via illusion. God damn it. Has it been in the house since the murder? I got this, wolf. Intruders must protect Queen.
Natson Jammer is following this, is a new follower to the stream. Thank you so much, my friend.
Welcome, welcome. You will not regret this.
Thank you for the follow.
It already said so, but yeah.
I'm doing it as a human now. What? Did I just read his thoughts?
Protect territory from enemies.
He must see the Inquisition as intruders into his territory. Does that mean he sees this room as his home? I slowly start to...
You slowly start to walk towards him.
Wait, Tyrion.
Stay back, kid. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do. You ignore them and continue to approach him.
Welcome to the shit show. Well,
Yep.
I hope you feel it's somewhat organized anyway. Don't worry. I'm not here to hurt you.
Huh? This human, he could speak language of dog?
Wait, you can understand me?
Why are you talking to it?
You speak in plain dog, of course. I can understand.
Okay, well, his name's Tracker, apparently. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allowing me to speak with him? Never really tried it before, but perhaps all my powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. I wonder what else he knows. Great, now we're gonna be talking to a friggin' dog. Tracker, is that your name?
How did you...
Yes, Taka is Taka. That's the name Queen jibbed to me.
Who's the queen?
Name, Tracker. Occupation, dog.
How much you want to bet we put this dog on the stand?
I don't know about that. Tracker just delayed when he mentions his queen.
Ah, so it's her dog. Gotcha.
Right.
Hey,
Hold up. Hold up. Illusion magic. What if Illmatter made the illusion of that girl being in another room and she actually believed it was that other room? It's a possibility we want to work on.
Hey, listen.
Anyway,
It's a good idea. It's a good theory. Well, if Illmatter made the illusion of that girl being in another room and she actually believed it was that other room. Because she's blind, remember? He called you his queen. Do you know him, Leif?
Yes, but how?
2 ads. Can you hold that thought until it's over? Okay. All right. Oh, you must be running into ads then. Well, see if we can re-up that subscription. Anyway. Okay. Well, yeah. Since I guess we're holding thoughts. Why don't we just go back to intermission and talk with you, our loyal and beautiful audience?
Yes, of course. Okay, it's done.
That didn't last long. Live scene.
Let's go. Anyways, as we were.
Yes, but how? How are you talking to it?
That's...
You're so caught up in speaking to Tracker, you didn't realize how strange the scene must look to everyone else.
I'm a dog whisperer.
You've never mentioned that before.
Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that?
But Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself.
Wait, how do you know that? Oh boy. But yeah, I think that might have been one of my best theories. Well, again, let's see if it pays off. So, just in case everybody didn't catch it during the ad break, illusion magic. What if Eris Illmatter made the illusion of that girl, whoever that is, being in another room, and she actually believed it was that other room? It's a possibility I'm willing to work on. So yeah. Anyway. So, okay, Leif and Tracker, can we talk about this? So, Leif, how are you able to communicate with Tracker?
I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker's my familiar.
Ah, I told you that wolf was a familiar. I just thought it was Beatrice's familiar. Turns out it's this woman's familiar. Yeah, familiars. You don't know about that? In the wizarding world? Yep, so anyway. Familiar. So it's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey.
You recall that the familial bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him.
Hey, package.
Yeah?
Leif's a suspect. You want to know why I think that?
Why?
I thought, I've told you that one of my theories was that there was a familiar that was doing everything around to, went to the place, broke the case, stole the sword, got into the study, crushed the handle with his jaws, and sliced the guy's throat open. This is her familiar, and she has a very plausible motive to get the heck out of this marriage. But then again, it's like, why kill her father though? No, she's not a suspect. I don't know. It's a good ass point though. Yeah, Zion seems to agree. Anyway,
You never mentioned him during questioning.
It wasn't relevant to the investigation. And I've been keeping him a secret from my family.
I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frega would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home.
Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us. But it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. And aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new.
Damn it. They didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft. Looks like I've run into another dead end. Unless... Talk to the dog! The night of the murder. Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder.
What? Tracker!
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
He's supposed to stay in this room.
Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it?
I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent that he stay here.
Tracker likes the ambience.
Oh, come the hell on.
Oh my god.
Right. Wait. If you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here?
I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap. Either that, or he was running outside even though I told him to stay here.
Damn it.
Tracker see a lot of other things, though. Tracker see many new people that night.
Right, he was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, he was walking around. He might have seen something that the Inquisition doesn't know about. All right, I guess we're going to be growing a dog. Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker?
Tracker see rats.
Remember, Jan was tracking rats and going back into that room, the storage room next to the murder scene. Anyway, this may be more difficult than I thought. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Tell me about everyone that you saw that night.
Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in room, but Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls.
Running in the walls?
Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer, so Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker followed sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled a bad smell.
Bad smell?
That's when Tracker smelled flying rat.
Flying rat? That dog is a lycanthropic ass kisser. Okay, anyway. You smelled a flying rat? Did you mean like a pigeon?
Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick.
What the hell is he talking about?
Jan?
The rat had a stick?
Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bark to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
It went into the walls?
That's when Tracker picked up the stick Rat dropped. Queen finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide. After message, Tracker brings stick back to room for inspection.
Do you remember what time this encounter happened?
What is time?
Right, an animal wouldn't really have a concept of that.
What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything?
Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try and take a moment to work through this. Tracker is an animal. Despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. So I should carefully examine each of his statements. First thing he heard was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear when he woke up? I recall that someone else observed something similar that night. Tracker heard rats running in the vents.
It said Harold. It says...
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. You bastard. Okay.
You big dummy.
Big dummy.
The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I fooled it here. Figured I'd nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. The next thing he did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't Leif answer Tracker's message? The Queen that he's referring to is probably Leif, but Leif wasn't with him at the time. He must have called out to her telepathically.
I'd say the familial bond.
The familial bond was nullified by the anti-magic field.
Good thinking.
Leif didn't respond because she never got Tracker's message. The telepathic capabilities granted by familial bond were disabled by the anti-magic field, which means that this encounter happened during the lockdown. So that covers his first two statements, but I'm not really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying?
Because rats don't usually jump and fly.
Yes, I got that. Is it possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat?
Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide.
So rat is a general term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyways, with everything I know now, its last statement doesn't make any sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Leif? He said that the Queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up the stick. But that shouldn't have been possible due to the anti-magic field.
You figure it out yourself.
Okay, the sword that Tracker obtained was not the sword of spell eating. Hang on a second. Drop the stick. The stick that Tracker obtained was actually the murder weapon. No, Leif told Tracker to go back to his room. Attempt to contact a failed previously lockdown system, but something changed that allowed him to hear her. I recalled he picked up I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Okay, I'm almost there. The stick that Tracker obtained was actually the sword of spell eating. Tracker, about that stick you found, where did you put it after you came back to this room?
Tracker hides stick in safe space under the bed.
And this stick, did it look like the sword that my friend is carrying?
What?
Hey, your friend stole my other stick.
Oh! Wait, your other stick?
Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the Metal Men.
Metal Men? Is he referring to the King's Guard? He must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the sword of spell eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword?
Tracker!
Did Tracker go do a bad?
It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought the sword of spell eating here.
What?
I have no idea how or why, but the sword of spell eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room.
That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was...
Which I don't think this was actually a framing. Something went down. If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the sword of spell eating be lying in a random hallway? Leif, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit?
It's okay, Queen. He's no good. Tracker, trust him.
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you.
I know about Miriam's position, but how does Leif feel about me prosecuting Beatrice? Possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if I let her accompany me. But as Tracker's owner, I don't really have a choice.
You nod to Leif, but you also send a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and slowly follows behind her.
All right, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats?
Sure thing, King.
Looks like I've received a promotion. Okay, so let's go to the hallway. This is where we found the sword, right? Oh,
Yep.
Look at this.
You allow Tracker to lead that music, man.
Mm-hmm.
You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where she found the sword of spell eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned.
He's angry and worried.
As you continue towards your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense.
Tracker, what's wrong?
enemy.
Oh?
What's she doing there?
Look, it's that crazy Critch.
Yep. I swear on everything come to love, if the dog gets put in the stand, I'm going home. You son of a bitch. Listen.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her.
Oh dear. Tracker, stop that!
Leaf tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like it's taking all of Leaf's strength to hold him back.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. Ah, it's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
Hey, what the hell was that?
Animals have always seen her for what she truly is. Oh, again,
Oh, God.
illusion. What is Eris doing here? I recall seeing her at the barracks, too. She said that her father is friends with Beatrice, but is she involved in this case somehow? I swear, I'm just leaving the courtroom. I'm gone. Well, he's not on the stand yet, so hang on a second, Zion, if that dog appears on the stand. It's okay. Anyways, I came here for a purpose. Should examine this hallway and see if I can find any clues.
Detect magic.
Repario Arcanum.
Oh, look at this.
What?
What do you see?
The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them.
What?
The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the vents on the other side, too.
Oh. There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker?
That's where the jumping rat went.
I thought you said it was a flying rat.
Tracker see that too.
So there's two different rats? Okay, it would probably be better to just move on. The rats was the illusion. I have a feeling. Yeah, me too. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Anyways, where did this rat come from?
Rats come out the other wall.
Do you mean the vent on the opposite side?
Yes, Tracker saw flying rat escape that way.
What was this rat doing here in the first place? Why would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces?
As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature.
I doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion inside the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point.
But these vents are tiny. No one would be able to fit inside them.
Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bark to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
But a rat would be able to fit in these vents.
Well, yeah, I guess that'd be true.
Shut your suspicious ass up. Yeah, get him, Zion. Get her, Zion.
But that would mean that rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time.
It's not only that. He said that the Queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up a stick. But that shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown.
They would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown.
There could be only one way that rat could have an illusion spell active on it.
Wait, you can't mean...
Looking like a damn melted Enderman. That rat was holding the sword of spell eating.
Tracker's testimony has been added to the court record.
On the night of the murder, Tracker smelled something strange and followed the scent to the hallway north of Beatrice's bedroom. There he saw a flying rat come out of the northern air vent. Tracker barked at this rat and scared it away. When this happened, Rat supposedly dropped the sword of spell eating. Tracker took the sword and brought it back to Beatrice's room.
What? But how is that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
But even if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right?
You're right, it would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. The monkey!
What?
Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene.
No. Are you serious?
We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frega. He was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frega decided that he was going to defund Harold's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice. With Beatrice's portion of the House Frega, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William.
I can't believe this.
And there's something else that Tracker said.
Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker pork at him. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick.
The rat had a stick? Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down?
Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it.
The monkey was invisible.
No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Well, hang on a second. I don't think Beatrice was the one that cast that spell. I think it was Eris.
Oh yeah, keep that in mind.
We gotta prove it. I hold Ms. Illmatter in contempt of my wrath. I bang my gavel so hard the concept of logic just goes nappy pie. Well, we are talking about a talking dog and a monkey crawling through a vent, so yeah, logic's gone now.
Invisibility has been added to the court record.
One of the highest forms of illusion magic. This spell makes the target creature or object completely invisible. While invisible, the target will be completely transparent and undetectable visually. If targeting a creature, this spell will also affect anything that the creature is wearing or holding. Gesture, clap hands together. Clap hands together! Who else claps their hands together?
Beatrice.
Exactly. Fido, it was an illusion. Also, when was logic ever here? Good point. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room, and this air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two floor maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room.
Right. The air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads.
And according to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected.
But he wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need to use this sort of spell eating at all?
Because of familial bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familial bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display glass was shattered.
But I've known Lord Harrison for many years. I just can't believe that he'd be involved in this.
She may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude, despite the kind expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling.
And Beatrice, There's no way she'd participate in a plan like this.
Look, Leif, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but...
It's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. But
she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice.
Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them.
AF probably knows her better than I do, but I don't think working alone would be possible with her condition. I can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this.
Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we?
Yes, thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leif.
I really want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert.
If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't.
Good. Now, if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who really committed the murder then.
And if I can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, I might be able to convince her and Ms. Tymora to take a plea deal. Although knowing Ms. Tymora, that'll be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead that we've been looking for.
But is it really enough? We still don't have any physical evidence.
It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll just have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did that night. If I could push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. I doubt it'll be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? And why couldn't I just talk to Harold? I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary?
Sorry, old-timer. My orders came straight from the prosecutor. We're gonna need you on the stand today.
I understand. I'll do what I can to help. Would you like to save your progress? Yes, sir. And we're gonna save because you never know. Oh my nutty Professor Fuck. Oh boy. Okay, well here we go.
We go forward like a breath exhaled from the earth, with vigor in our hearts and one goal in sight.
Court has now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frega. I kind of regret not talking to Eris, because what could she have been able to impart on us in story mode? Anyway, let us review yesterday's proceedings. There was much debate over William Frega's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit the murder. So Zion pulls a Zoro from one piece and have two gavels in my hand and one in between my teeth. Let's do this. All right. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and it is now part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frega was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden married the victim's daughter, Leif, and it's clear that Ms. Leif will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frega's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters. I see. So there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. This means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death.
What do you have to gain? Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little physical evidence that implicates my client.
May I remind you that Miriam Frega was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings. That itself is extremely suspect.
And William Frega was clearly not above manipulation and lying.
And neither are you, sister, so can it.
God, that old shit reminds me of William Hartnell from Doctor Who.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to look that up. I mean, I know what Doctor Who is, but anyway.
You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony.
I'll admit I can't prove that. I'll also admit there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haraldson to the stand. Lord Haraldson? The sword of spell-eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, can find out about what he did on the night of the murder. I see. Well, the court would definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Of course. My name is Harold Haraldson. I am the owner and curator of the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Hammerith.
That's quite the alliterative occupation. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the sword of spell-eating was stolen?
If that'll help.
Right, time for a little witness testimony.
I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit that held the sword of spell-eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights at the ball and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night.
More on that.
Once you look it up, don't tell me you don't see it, because I can. And if you don't see it, you get a penalty. Duly noted, Zion. So you went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft?
Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. He must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them.
Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do I prove that? Well, like you said...
I'm noticing your Twitch feed is a little blurry, but it should be fine.
I don't think it's that blurry. I'm looking at it right now. Anyway, you said number 6, right? Let's press him on it. Hold it. His statement just now was missing some details, but what details should I ask him to elaborate on?
How did you find Eugene?
How did you eventually find Eugene that night?
After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before he went to search for the sword.
That's a lie, because the sword was put in the bedroom. So this would have been after the theft was reported?
Yes.
He would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Frega. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Anyways, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness.
Harold.
Yes, of course, Harold. Is that a code word for something? Anyway.
He says that he went around the manor to look for Eugene. You think he's telling the truth?
Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. A decent alibi, if not without its flaws. I'll just need to poke some holes in that alibi. So then, after you finally responded to my telepathic messages, I met up with him in the gallery room before they finally found the artifact. Well, I think...
the lockdown system. Yeah. No, that's not it.
The lockdown system covers the entire manor. Once activated, it creates magical barriers to prevent anyone from leaving or teleporting out of the building. In addition to this, it covers the entire manor in an anti-magic field. Within this field, any and all magical effects are nullified and disabled. However, anyone physically or magically connected to the sword of spell-eating would be immune to these effects. Objection! I don't know why, but the voice I gave him reminds me of Jerry Lewis. Kind of does look like Jerry Lewis up there. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the sword of spell eating. This would mean that happened while the lockdown was still active. Am I correct?
Yes. As much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important.
That's the thing, Harold. You said that after an hour of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene.
What?
So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field?
What?
Harold, in response to the theft, the Kingsguard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony?
Please, Cuthbert's blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Gotta hydrate.
Yep.
Anyways, anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the manor, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal.
Miss Tymora, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familial bond connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be.
That's very true. So how did I hear him that night?
There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell eating.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying that the sword of spell eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. I should push this while I still have a chance. Harold Haroldson, you were the one who stole the sword of spell eating, weren't you?
What reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me?
It was to take suspicion off of you, because you were the one who had William Frega killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spell eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system, also you can have him murder William Frega in his study.
Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness.
That's what I do best, Miss Tymora.
Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense?
It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations.
He's misguided.
He's misguided. He's just doing his job.
I was expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before.
Then do you also refute your statements about Eugene telepathically speaking with you?
I know better than to lie on the stand to try to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown. But how did he do it?
Wait, so he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened? Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice.
And that's your position, Cuthbert? That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frega?
There's a catch, isn't there? And you know what? Something else I just thought of. So remember, the murder weapon itself. I'm gonna actually open the court record. Take a look at this. The murder weapon was a letter opener with House Frega's crest on it. Must have been owned by the victim. Its handle was completely shattered. It would have taken a tremendous amount of force to crush it like that. So What's going on there? Anyway. It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Miss Tymora?
No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert.
Wait.
Tyrion?
Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frega?
Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit.
Oh, wait! I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime.
Oh, really? And do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Of course you don't.
But even so...
Let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar.
Well, the glass. He would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery.
So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death?
I might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt.
The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony.
There has to be some explanation for this.
Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer.
Damn it. All I did was make it more difficult to prove my case. But Harold has to be involved in this. I wasn't wrong about that. Only Eugene will be small enough to traverse the air vents. So isn't there anything else I can use?
With the threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed.
With the threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed. He's gotten me out of tight spots before. Maybe I can find the evidence in his mind.
You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you.
Ignore her. Calm your mind and focus the Eye of Horus on him. I have to find something, anything, that might tie the murder to Beatrice. Alright, let's do it.
Empowered eye.
So insight,
project.
okay. Hold on a second. Okay,
What
the
about-
rats.
Okay, keep going. Just think to yourself.
Okay, let me think to myself. So here's the sword. Someone used a powerful spell. Let me just put that sword in his head.
I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it.
What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it?
Oh, that's one down.
Yeah, so, okay, let me see. The map? The handle. Yeah, I don't know about that. It has to be relevant to the testimony. Let me try this.
Young Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What is going on here?
Yeah, he's clearly confused about something. All right, hold on. Frequently complaining about rats, trapped in a storeroom. Who are you? What do you want? No, that's not it. Let's see. Haraldson security. Okay, let's put that through. Let's put that in his head.
Not one, but two artifacts were stolen during the Lord's Ball. Never expected anyone to completely bypass my security like this.
What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it? Okay, well, okay, great. So, same conclusion as before. So let's see. Rings of Vitality. Let's put this in here.
At least the earrings of vitality were left untouched. It's one of the few artifacts that's left imbued with the Scale Lord's power.
Left that's imbued, but let me know when you're stumped.
Okay, can you give me a clue? Am I on the right tab?
No.
Okay, then it's either this, maybe
Wrong
not
tab.
even. Wrong. Okay, so I got a profile. All right. Let me just put this in his head.
Why am I thinking about this? My mind can't be going already, can it?
That piece of evidence didn't evoke any useful thoughts from him.
Wrong guy. Wrong person.
Okay, wrong person. The monkey. So yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, put it on him.
Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield the sword, if only for a brief moment? Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why? Why would his thoughts say that?
Okay, one more. One more profile.
Okay, all right, so let me see. Harold.
What does he have to do with Beatrice?
I guess. I mean,
It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know Beatrice? But how? She planned the murder with him. Unless... What? What's going on? He's speaking as if he really had no hand in this.
I can guard myself from.
Go ahead. You can guard yourself from the Eye of Horus. Just go ahead.
I can guard myself from the Eye of Horus, but I can't lie to it. You can't. You can guard yourself from the Eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. And if that's true, was I wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent?
See anything, Cuthbert?
Ugh!
Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us right now.
Yes, I must agree, Ms. Tymora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait! Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with the two princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frega in his study? Think about this. The reason why I suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. But even if it...
Wait, no, wait. But even if it was an actual rat, it still couldn't have been human, right?
You're right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Maybe Cash Benu Catacoot? I have no idea what he's doing.
No way.
Anyway. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Was it someone else's familiar? Who did Tracker see in the air vent? Another familiar. No, it had to have been Eugene. Tracker found the sword in that hallway, and Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold unless the sword protected both of them from the anti-magic field. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in that hallway? And also it doesn't explain why the sword of spell eating was even there. No, Tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway. Then he fled into the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents could be extremely cramped. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. Why was Eugene in the air vents? I now know that Harold didn't participate in the murder, but did he know about what Eugene was doing that night? Let's see, Harold...
Eugene
was not acting of their own free will.
He was acting of their own free will.
Really?
I think so.
Eugene was acting of his own free will. That's the explanation that makes the most sense, but how? And why? Harold is the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Asta. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frega, was he acting independently? No, that can't be possible. How could Eugene have carried out this plan independently? This plan required knowledge of Frega Manor's ventilation system. It also involves murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will, even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all of this beforehand.
What about the armbands of intellect? That was stolen as well.
Eugene stole the armbands of intellect.
Not only stole,
Wore them. Yeah. No, it couldn't be.
I discovered that the armbands of intellect have been stolen as well. And unlike the Sword of Spell Lady, we still haven't found the armbands.
you look at the glass where the armbands used to be.
The thief didn't shatter the glass.
Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. The magical locks on the case can be disabled.
How are they normally disabled?
They can be turned on and off using a spoken password.
How many people know this password?
Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved.
Only Harold knows the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder. I've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will ever entertain this theory. I'll have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up the discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court.
And it ain't Tracker.
The monkey killed the son of two bitches.
Yep.
Really? I frankly find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we are all seeing. And it's one that no one will believe.
What do you have planned now?
Very well. I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. So I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment.
Why?
Your Honor, the prosecution calls Eugene Haroldson to the stand. Do that record scratch, dude. Never mind. I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait! Just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom?
Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us.
I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. This means that Harold Haroldson can speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. What the hell is he talking about? Very well.
Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this?
Oh, Ms. Tymora, I am looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against his proposal. So I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane actions for now.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but, bailiff, please escort Lord Haroldson's monkey to the stand.
Yep. Get this, people. He's going to cross-examine a monkey, just like Phoenix is cross-examining a parrot.
Yep.
Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
I could do without the sarcasm, Ms. Tymora.
Eugene Monkey. Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haroldson's translations.
That's funny. I can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands. They only require physical contact after all. Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder?
Eugene never steal from Harold. Eugene respect Harold.
Then you'll have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball. I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Jesus Christ.
Zion says I throw my gavel at someone hitting him in the eye. I quit. That dude is a judge now. I'm going home.
Eugene explore house. Eugene look for new place to play. Eugene also look for spiders. Spiders, yum yum. You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold's friend. Eugene always Harold's friend. Apes strong together.
Wow. You did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open.
Is this really gonna help us?
Look, you'll just have to trust me on this.
I trust you.
That sentence sounded like it turned into a question at the end. All right,
Cross-examination time.
All right, explore house, new place to play. Look for spiders.
Interpret this.
Interpret this statement.
Yeah, you think Eugene steal armbands of intellect?
Objection. Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery.
Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold.
No, this motherfucker eats spiders. I'm retiring.
Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having you repeat that statement.
That's the thing, Ms. Tymora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect.
What are you talking about now? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake.
It's not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Miss Tymora. It's the fact that he used its actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, the vocabulary is extremely limited.
Right. Draco called the sort of spell eating a stick before. It was hard to understand what he really meant.
Exactly. So that raises the question. How did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Where are the armbands of intellect right now? If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking through the vents, he would never have had the opportunity to put them back. And the armbands are still missing. They're on his person right now.
Yes!
Eugene is wearing the armbands at this moment. It can't be. Is he really? The armbands would...
The goddess of justice will be very pissed off. He still has them, that's how. I knew it!
The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? He's wearing them as glasses!
Oh, shit!
I initially thought that he carried them in his hands, but there's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect?
Eugene told you already. Eugene never steal from Harold.
Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat.
Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you?
It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would have never had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increased its intellect beyond human limits?
If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it gonna be, Eugene?
You see him fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat. No, you can't be serious. Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pull out something else.
Pipe.
Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you.
You?
Serious?
This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
What the
hell?
What?
Objection! Objection, Your Honor!
On what grounds, Miss Tymora?
On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice?
How does she know that? But Ms. Tymora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us.
I was not ready for today. How was he even talking right now?
Yeah, they were on top of his head. So yeah, where were they? Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances.
Evolved? Ladies, I've observed your society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous.
This can't be happening.
Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons?
Simpletons? Wait a minute.
It's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts.
Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy.
Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. They let this simpleton in the Imperial Academy?
Rude, but I suppose it can't be helped. Every insulting thought that I've seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since we first met. But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place?
I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance.
You put them on by accident?
My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that I'd never felt before. I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day.
You were hooked.
I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew that password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulged in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away.
And that's when you made the replica.
While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would eventually discover that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them.
Because of the pressure that he was receiving from the crown. Let me just read that again. But you would have to concluded that a noble would have done it. All right.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but I've never expected to...
What's going on here? Oh, it says something like that.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but I've never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell eating as well. And I certainly didn't expect the murder to happen that night.
So you still maintain that you're innocent?
Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frega, nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate.
All right, time for a little witness testimony. Talk to me, Eugene.
I'll admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with the replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of a hallway.
More on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wonder why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene.
He has a point. He did think to shatter the display case of the sword.
Yeah, he already knew the passwords. But Tracker said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere.
All right, cross-examination time. The third statement says, spotted the sword when exploring manor was lying in the middle of the hallway. More on that.
But that location was near the Frega's bedrooms. Don't tell me that you...
What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I never enter one uninvited.
And then why were you there in the first place?
I was coming back from the rooftop garden when I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic.
The anti-magic fields.
Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold.
I see. Could you add this to your testimony?
Very well.
Go back to the third statement. It says,
I spotted the sword when I was heading back from the rooftop garden of the gallery. I was lying in the middle of the hallway.
present the, what about Tracker's testimony?
When this happened, Rat supposedly dropped the sword of spell eating. Tracker took the sword and brought it back to Beatrice's room. Objection! Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths.
And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert?
You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours?
Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible.
Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Frega Manor. This is the location where that wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room?
That's...
Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? He probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway.
Miss Tymora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert, but what does this mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night?
I...
Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in that hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you?
That's not what I went there to do.
So he did go there.
No, I didn't mean...
Oh, boy. So he was there. Order! Order in the court! Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frega's study during the lockdown?
Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frega was already dead when I got there.
Ah.
Ooh. What?
What did you just say?
It's true.
Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Tracker took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents.
I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me.
I don't see any contradicting thoughts to the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, that only brings me back to the one question I've been asking since all this began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene, let's assume you're telling the truth.
Do you actually believe me?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this. But I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now.
I see.
However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything that might point to who really did this.
Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although, I doubt you'll believe me.
Oh boy.
Testimony.
I discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation when I collided with something that I didn't see.
The flying rat.
I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. And that's when I found William Frega. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the Scaled Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it.
Frankly, Mr. Haraldson, I find that story very difficult to believe.
I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead.
Honestly, I really don't know what to think.
Is he really telling the truth? Because he destroyed the will. I mean, why did he do that? Exited the air vent in the hallway. Not sure I was waiting to tell, but I collided something that I didn't see. Please elaborate on that, sir. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy?
I have impeccable dexterity.
Sound like I struck a nerve there.
I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic.
Grill this guy like a hamburger. I'm not seeing anything else.
Yeah, so anyway, I exited the air vent in the hallway, tried to leap to the other side. But why were you there in the first place?
It all began when William Frega got into an argument with Harold. That cur wanted to defund the prestigious Haraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, So I devised a plan to break into his study and find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway, and it connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night. So I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me.
I suppose that does make sense, but is he really telling the truth?
What happened when you tried to leap to the other air vent, Eugene?
I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see.
Well, let me grill him again. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy?
I have impeccable dexterity.
It sounds like I struck a nerve there.
I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me.
How did you know it was the sword of spell eating?
When I held it in my hand, I felt my intelligence return. But I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study.
Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur?
He did. Are you acquainted with him?
Something like that.
Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan.
You can understand him?
I've picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational.
As much as I want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to the case.
What happened when you entered the study?
That's when I found William Frega. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood.
It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived.
I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth.
And do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword?
I unfortunately do not.
Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in that hallway.
It doesn't match up with what I thought happened, but does it really contradict the evidence I have? Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body?
I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. And as if I were blessed by the Scale Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it.
So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say?
I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. But I found an order to his executor to defund the Heraldson Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I concluded that his former will didn't have this addendum.
So you could save Harold's Museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you?
My apologies. I crumpled up the will into a ball and ate it. I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone.
I was really hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice. It's hard to believe, but I can't see any direct contradictions. Should I press him more? What if he's telling the truth? If Eugene did do this, my next course of action is clear. Although that still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. I recall...
You recall something that Tracker said to you?
Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was, and when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down?
Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it.
Eugene was invisible.
No, he wasn't. The other rat was. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow?
No, I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do.
Right, I recall Eris saying the same thing during the Nightgrave trials. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how I first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, I'm back right where I started again. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing.
I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me.
How did you know it was the sword of spell eating?
When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return. But I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study.
And what happens when I cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony?
That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick.
How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? So where does that lead us?
The thief
The
dropped
thief
the sword.
dropped the sword in the hallway.
Yep.
The thief dropped the sword in that hallway, but how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword there like you originally thought? No, that hallway was close to the gallery. There were plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. This can only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? The thief was tunneling, sneaking through the air vents.
Yeah.
The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. It's the only reason why they would be there. But that would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Because that familiar was invisible. Wait.
I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but it collided with something that I didn't see.
He collided with something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that wasn't visible to him. As a master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the few people at the ball that could cast invisibility.
Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this.
I frickin' told you. It was Beatrice's familiar. I just thought the dog was Beatrice's familiar. But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice.
Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them.
Have I been approaching this situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, I knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but I just assumed that she was one part of a larger plot. The breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility. These were the elements that I knew she was involved with, but they never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. There's only one way she could be in control the entire time. What did Beatrice use to commit the murder?
Took a spell. How do you talk to a?
How do you talk to an animal?
A couple of memories flood into your mind.
A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can speak with him telepathically. I can even see through his eyes and cast my spells through him if I wanted to.
Really? I never knew a spell like that existed.
It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it.
Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Ms. Tymora's ward.
You extend out your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath.
What's the gesture? Clap both hands together. That's not a quirk. She was controlling something. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Oh.
Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand.
I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice.
I didn't know she was blind back then, so I barely even noticed it. But how did she know that you were holding out your hand?
Yes.
Well, do you have any other questions for me?
If I'm wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed.
What?
I see.
You have something else planned, don't you?
Yeah, and I actually need your help.
Really?
You tell her?
You tell her about your plan.
Really? I feel like you're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that?
I know, it's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steelwind said yesterday?
At the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility.
If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone.
Alright, I'll follow your lead then.
So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't gotten a substantial explanation about how the murder occurred or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor, but it will all make sense after I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together, and this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frega to the stand.
Seriously, Cuthbert, you went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand?
You and your client have the right to refuse, Miss Tymora, but I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. Doesn't really matter, she's already standing here with Miss Tymora. I can carry out my plan regardless of what she decides to do. It'll have much more impact if I can bait her into lying on the stand.
My client says that she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss.
I see no reason not to grant the defense's request.
Is this really okay? If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing.
I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. I've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since this case began. It's hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father ever cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frega would never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control. She would do whatever it took to get it. I'm sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frega. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. I've no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. But I do know one thing. Beatrice Frega will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If I endanger her freedom, she will make sure that she can see who she's up against. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. Oh boy.
As you were exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial.
Tyrion.
Celeste, were you able to see it?
Yeah, it's definitely there. And it sits on her shoulder most of the time.
So she keeps it close to her. That's good to know.
Looks kind of weird, though. But I never used to take magic like this before.
Well, I doubt someone like her can use a conventional animal, especially for something like this.
We choose, but Cuthbert.
Miss Tymora.
There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone. Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you nod to her to show it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice.
Okay, lead the way. Would you like to save your progress? You know what? We go forward.
Well, you're the captain of this ship. Why not? End this.
So,
The den. Miss Tymora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question. All right, we're here. You arrive in an empty alley in a frankly seat part of the city. As Miss Tymora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large, burly man who's guarding the back door. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in.
Miss Tymora, where are we going?
I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. But please trust me. I'll explain everything. Before you have a chance to ask more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know that you can trust her.
Can you really, though?
As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you would have never guessed it would look like this. It almost looks like a room that you encountered in the Frega Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room.
Oh, shit.
You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. Sitting at a desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. It looks like he's been expecting you.
Oh, it's the boss. Oh, shit. Here we go. Tymora.
Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Miss Tymora before turning his attention to you.
And you must be Tyrion. Tymora's told me a lot about you. I see. But who are you? Been called many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker.
Name, Eye Taker. Occupation, boss.
Oh boy. This is where we're at, are we? The Eye Taker? From the sound of it, you've already heard of me. Miss Tymora, what is this? My daughter Eris has told me all about your work prosecuting this case. She's his daughter? I gotta say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify? I don't think I could even pull off a grift like that. You're pretty much blown past my expectations. Why, get to the point.
As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on edge.
Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. My father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Frega's been a client of ours for a long time. Done quite a lot of favors for her. The time has finally come for me to collect. Those debts that Steelwind mentioned.
They all belong to me. There's no need to worry. I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Frega. What? Tymora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands. But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frega to be acquitted in the current trial. So that's what this is about? House Frega's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Frega? Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. And I need House Frega for that. Just like you needed Justin Way?
Tyrion.
Justin. Really a shame what happened to him. Don't act so innocent. He would have never tried to rob Dracogen if you didn't threaten him. Is that so? You think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day, the man in gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, would have been some other criminal. But that's beside the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you. You want me to throw the case? I love this kid. I don't have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive and let someone else take the fall. No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this. It makes you feel better. I can assign Tymora to defend the old man and his monkey. That way everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Frega. Please, as if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system. They pay, threaten, or even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field.
Tyrion, please, just listen to him.
Why the fuck would I listen to him? How can you just go along with this?
I told you a long time ago that there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them.
Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You're guilty of each and every one of them. And you used him to do it. Also, you could keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Ms. Tymora.
As if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess.
A dreadful thought just entered your mind.
Steelwind. She was attacked the day that Beatrice was arrested. Was that?
I didn't know that's what they were planning.
Despite my confidence in Tymora's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave the chance. You gotta make your own luck if you want to beat the system. How could you? She almost died! We never expected her to strain her injuries like that, and we definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. How could you even consider working with someone like him? Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert? What? You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds now, does she? You told him about the Eye of Horus?
The future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom, and I also have big plans for you. Do you think I would ever...
Tyrion, stop. To be honest, I hate it as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help.
But this is...
Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother.
So what's it gonna be, kid? You already know about what happened to that Steelwind brat. So I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't play ball.
Right.
No. What? Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong.
Tyrion.
I'm not going to compromise my principles. Not even for you, Miss Tymora. Sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am.
With one motion of his hand, every mercenary in a room draws their weapons. Please, you don't have to do this. Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you could make a break for it if you get lucky.
No.
Celeste! What the? How did you get in here?
My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I just let you take him to an undisclosed location?
Doesn't matter. As if one girl will make a difference. Well, what are y'all waiting for?
Is that really her? Upon seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move.
What the fuck?
This monstrous aura. It has to be her.
What the hell are you doing? You have us surrounded.
Despite his command, no one takes a step forward. Look, let's all just sit down and talk about this rationally.
Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father.
What?
Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but I can't just... Well, you've never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love.
Shall we go, you two?
Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her.
Oh, boy.
That was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you.
Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone?
You two are really courageous to a fault, aren't you?
Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened?
Oh, well, thank you.
Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad?
Dude, she's gonna be corrupting their minds. She's working for him.
I should be asking Tyrion that same question.
Would your dad be mad? Okay.
You've seen your adoptive mother's true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you going to move forward?
She's not my...
Isn't she, though? She's lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you.
She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice.
Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris! Back then, you barely knew Tymora. It would be a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation. And what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tymora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she?
That's...
As a result, you never formed any other relationships.
Wow, damn, she's spinning him around like a man, oh man.
You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you.
That's not true. That's not why she...
From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Tymora is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Eris, you're going way too far! To save you from more heartache, let me give you one last piece of advice.
Eris leans in really close to you and begins to whisper into your ear.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you?
What? Oh, damn. That's cold. What?
I'm sure you understand now. Tymora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge. So where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore?
No, she's not...
With Flintheart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think that she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. You know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
Oh, you manipulative bitch. Why are you doing this?
Because I want to find... I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt.
Oh, she guarded that thing again.
What a bitch.
It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Tymora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice.
Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seems to notice how it's affecting you.
Eris, that's enough! Ah, my apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes. But I do hope you'll think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you?
She reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers.
Oh.
Tyrion?
Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm okay, really.
Okay. Is he mad at me?
I can think about everything else later. For now, I know what I need to do. I need to convict Beatrice Frega. Oh, boy.
Well, here we go.
Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frega. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Tymora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not?
She is. One moment, please. Okay, that's better. She is. If the prosecution still wants to move forward with...
The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Uh-oh. So, they prepped all this shit, and she's not going to have that bird or that animal or whatever the fuck on her goddamn shoulder. It's not going to happen. And he's going to blame Celeste for it. Oh, boy. Do you still see it, Celeste?
Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now?
No. Let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frega.
Mr. Cuthbert?
It's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night.
Yes, I was, which is why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged for this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was the most solid.
That remains to be seen.
Clearly.
Anyways, since you still maintain your innocence, you'll have no problem going into detail about your supposed alibi.
All right, time for a little witness testimony.
As you know, I was with Crown Prince Asta and Prince Alaric for most of the ball. I went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind and the Kingsguard kept watch over me for the entire night as well.
More on that.
I neither had the means nor the opportunity to steal the sword of spell eating and to break into my father's study to murder him.
Objection! And that, Miss Frega, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night. The most effective tool an attorney has is revealing a contradiction in a witness's testimony. Until it completely shatters my opponent's argument and also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually I've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste!
A burial! Wait, what are you doing?
Your Honor, the witness's testimony is clearly...
Oh my God! What the hell is that thing?
Tyrion, get behind me!
Well, I guess it worked. A monster!
A monster!
It's a monster! Someone
Someone
call
called the Inquisition! The Kingsguard! The only one!
Your Honor, can you please restore order? Uh-oh, he's gone. Your Honor?
The old man slid out the back door the moment he saw me.
It can talk!
It's a demon, it must be.
Just like the legends say!
Can we all just calm down?
It takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down.
Okay, I'm glad that the plan worked out.
Eventually, it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, at least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you were eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom.
Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you a demon?
Why, yes. I am a demon.
Demons actually exist?
I thought they were only a legend!
Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see.
And?
What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself.
Tell me, Your Honor, the laws of Rivengard prohibit entering in accord with a demon?
They don't, but...
Then my client has committed no crime.
Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Moranath like that.
Moranath, is that your name?
It is what most people call me.
Name, Moranath. Occupation, demonic familiar.
I suppose you have a point, Tymora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, This does prove that the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Moranath upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the sword of spell eating. After that, they would just need to traverse the vents into William's study, just like Eugene did that night.
The fact that her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that.
What do you mean?
You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Moranath's form. A monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Moranath if they saw him.
Tymora, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume that we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium?
You might.
And with the connection granted by familial bond, she could have cast this spell on him regardless of where each of them was.
I admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. But your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed?
Yes. Continue casting it?
You understand once I go over the order of events that night. At an unknown time, someone stole the sword of spell eating from the Harrodson gallery. Due to the timing of this, I'll admit that it would be logically consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by the King's Guard. From witness accounts, including yours, we know that this happened at 12:45 a.m. And since this time, my client didn't leave the King's Guard sight. It was around this time that William Frega retreated to his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03 a.m., Lord Harrison finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Inquisition and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Lady Frega tried to speak with her father about the theft. William Frega reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. Leah saw his face, and there weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. This means that William Frega was still alive at this time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frega was attacked by the murderer at 3:12 a.m. This is confirmed not only by John Hughes' testimony, but also by the autopsy report.
Gotta hydrate.
Then at 3:26 a.m., the King's Guard found the sword of spell eating in my client's old room. The King's Guard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told them to stand down. Finally, at 3:36 a.m., the lockdown was lifted. John Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the King's Guard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m., when it was actually reported. In order to keep Moranath concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Not only that, she needed Moranath to wield the sword of spell eating to ignore the effects of the anti-magic fields. This means he would need to be invisible for more than an hour.
What's your point?
My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince. But if she wanted to keep Moranath invisible, she would have needed to recast the spell at some point that night.
And we know how. We got it right here.
And as you know, my client could have done so during that night without the King's Guard noticing it.
Your logic makes sense, but that can only mean that the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching. In front of the entire King's Guard, the two princes, and Lucio Steelwind. As unlikely as it is, that's the only conclusion I can come to.
I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night.
A witness?
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand.
I see. He would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. Wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable?
Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor?
Of course he's saying that. The kid is 7 years old. No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify? Grow a spine, for Lord's sake. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please... Hold your tongue, knave. You will speak when you are spoken to.
Oh, God. He sounds exactly like Miriam when we first met her.
Honestly, he behaves exactly how you'd expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. As does the odd one out in this situation. It makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness, Mr. Cuthbert believes that the defendant used her magic while she was with you and the Crown Prince. I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony. Yes, he said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing me under. But very well. If my testimony is required to strike down those redundant accusations, I will bestow it upon you. Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare to suppose what His Highness really means. His boots must be shining from all that licking you're doing. What was that? Nothing.
All right, time for the witness testimony.
You think Lady Frega cast magic right in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the King's Guard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night, and I didn't see her cast any magic. Actually,
More on that.
yeah, she's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. She'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous.
Can I make an executive decision? That almost sounds exactly like Cuthbert, so can I get this prince?
You can, because you could probably do a better job than I. He seems really convinced that he didn't see anything. I doubt he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast detect magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes.
Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect on the target when I cast a spell.
But Moranath was probably in another room. The King's Guard won't see the initial magical effect of invisibility.
Wouldn't, but yeah.
Even if there wasn't a visible effect in that room, she would have still needed to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands.
Right, like how you shout Repair your Arcanum every time you scan a crime scene.
I don't shout it.
Anyway, she must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. Did she ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so? She concealed herself in plain sight, brother.
All right, cross-examination time.
Celeste, what do you usually need to do to cast a spell?
Honestly, there are a lot of things that I need to account for. Stamina and focus are a big part of it.
Assuming that she's in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum that she would need to do?
Well, she would have to focus her magic, say the incantation, and perform the gesture with her hands, all at the same time.
Does sound pretty conspicuous, but she must have hidden it somehow. Okay,
You
so
think Lady Frega cast magic right in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the King's Guard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night, and I didn't see her cast any magic.
held it. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about?
She told us stories about what she said while she was away.
Said or did?
She told us stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something. I forgot what she said. Something about the old cult.
Let's take a look at that. Occult array.
Aha, that's
There
the
you
spell.
go. Do you mean the occult?
Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons.
Considering how familiar was, her research must have paid off. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony?
If I must.
Go back.
She told me and my brother how the occult are a fascinating phenomena. I didn't see her cast any magic.
Objection! To cast a spell, a mage needs to speak an incantation, but there's nothing that says you can't see anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Is that exactly what she said, word for word?
Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. They really struck a chord with me.
I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night.
Are you deaf? I already told you. No one hurts nor say any incantations, nor do they see her perform any gestures.
Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Frega said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing it.
What?
Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation Occult Array and clap both of their hands together. As I'm sure you've noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both of her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, that habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Moronath to use to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible.
Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she hid the gesture, but she would have still needed to speak the incantation.
However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proves it.
What are you talking about? I never said that she spoke any incantation.
Your Highness, the incantation for invisibility is Occult Array. Now, recall what you said in your testimony. She said the occult are of a fascinating phenomena. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see. So she hid the incantation in her conversation. And because her target was a creature that was outside of the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means that Moronath had the means to murder William Frega, just as Eugene did.
Having the beast is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert.
Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case to steal the sword of spell eating, and even fewer people had a familiar small enough to traverse the vents.
Which also makes Harrison's familiar an equally likely suspect. And unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night.
If your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why not have him testify before the court? Oh boy.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Moronath willing to testify, Miss Tymora?
You see Tymora deliberating with Beatrice and Moronath. You can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in disagreement with each other. Moronath, in particular, seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure. What's going on here? Your Honor, unfortunately, Moronath is unwilling to testify.
Why the change of heart?
My client's familiar may be a demon, but he's afforded the same rights as any other person. He's not obligated to testify. You look at Moronath and he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden anyway? A witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Tymora had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Moronath? And despite what she said, Moronath seems like he disagrees with their decision the most. Is it possible that he's the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them.
And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people.
I wonder. I see. Moronath is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants.
It is.
Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all.
Moronath grinds his teeth together. Sounds like metal grinding on metal.
Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward. Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon? That's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation.
You shut your filthy celestial mouth!
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Played him like a fiddle.
Mornath, what are you doing? I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn.
Heavensborn?
I am still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection!
Objection! Your Honor, my client does not consent to having a familiar testify.
Tymora, didn't you say earlier that Mornath is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Mornath, why don't you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Gladly.
Well, time for a witness testimony.
I provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princess. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during their conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all. But I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study.
Actually, we do. There's illusion magic in the room. Dumbass.
Right.
Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi?
I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you.
He has a point. I still need definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. There's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? I'm not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps I can try to interpret the meaning of his words.
Well, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to help you here. Go to the third statement.
I never left the room where my master was. Let's grill him on that.
Interpret that, I say.
Objection! He keeps taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. And more importantly, his word choice was different. Did he slip up? Mornath, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. Let's see here.
It says,
Okay, let me see this. Somewhere, okay. I'll provide a site. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during our conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all, but I never left the room where my master was. Master, she. Interesting.
What?
Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice Frega as your keeper, but you referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that?
for the first time, he doesn't have a response.
So I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night?
I didn't leave the room where my master was.
He's using the word master again, even though I pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does that mean he's intentionally using that term? If so, why? Why is Mornath using the term master? There has to be a reason why. Let's see.
Beatrice
Beatrice
is not
Mornath's
master.
Okay, if I take his words at face value, the master he's referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then his statement, I never left the room where my master was, would technically be true. But why even bother making a distinction? It clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. He could have just lied. Why wouldn't Mornath simply lie? Demons apparently pride themselves on tricking and corrupting humans. So why wouldn't he just lie in his testimony? Demons are not able to lie.
Yep.
No, it can't be. demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It would explain why Tymora and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
What kind of ridiculous request is that?
Another pause. I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time. I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Mornath. Say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not with a response from the witness.
That's not what I'm doing, Tymora, and I think you know that. Mornath, we truly don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie?
Oh.
Damn it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness.
You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you, word for word. Nothing after or before it.
Objection!
Objection! Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill such an outrageous request.
I might be compelled to agree with you, Ms. Tymora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Oh, hang on a second. I might be compelled to agree with you, Ms. Tymora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Well, we're all waiting, Mornath. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly.
Ah, you filthy heavens-born.
Say it, Mornath.
Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is... Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is... blonde.
Technically, it's a dirty blonde.
Oh, shut up!
Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Mornath? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable. I would have never imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Mornath, did you murder William Frega? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, staying silent is basically an admission of guilt.
You have no reason to stay quiet, Mornath. Tell him the truth.
Lady Beatrice, what are you?
I believe it's time to come clean. Don't you, Mornath?
I see. So that's your play.
Don't think you can just stall for time, Ms. Frega. Mornath has no choice but to answer the question.
Do it, Mornath. Tell the court the truth.
To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frega.
What are you doing?
Ms. Frega, does this mean you are confessing to the murder?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Mornath himself.
But your own familiar just...
me ask you a question, Mornath. Did I order you to murder my father?
No, you did not, Lady Beatrice.
Oh, what are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you?
Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert.
Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things so that statement would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order, or she could have just implied it. Either way, she could just plead ignorance and blame everything on Moranath. Still, this isn't over.
Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me.
I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon, you're not going to get away with this.
Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that, but I wonder how long it will last. Hit me with your best shot, Evansborn.
Let's get it on, baby.
Time for an argument.
Beatrice Frega, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something that you knew would harm your father.
Oh, really? And what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous into Frega Manor. What was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent?
You brought the demon, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Profiles.
Makes sense. You brought Moranath into Frega Manor. You brought Moranath into Frega Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start.
I require Moranath to see. That does not imply lethal intent.
But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result, your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake.
My client specifically asked your father if familiars were allowed. We even received a written legal confirmation beforehand.
But he couldn't have possibly expected her to bring in a demon.
He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of Moranath did not break any of his rules, nor any laws made by the kingdom.
Right you are, Tymora. I can hardly be blamed if my familiar acts without my knowledge.
How can you be blameless in Moranath's actions? He's your familiar.
By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it.
That's...
Moranath and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions.
Damn it. She's playing devil's advocate. I suppose that's fitting for her. But you still cast invisibility to keep Moranath hidden at night.
Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Moranath. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball. Every crime related to the murder was committed by Moranath.
No, that's not true. So
What about the sort of spell eating?
Someone used a powerful spell to completely shatter the magically protected glass. Beatrice, Moranath required your magic to break the wards guarding the sword of spell eating. You may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an evocation spell powerful enough to shatter that display case.
Oh, that. I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty.
What?
To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Moranath to help me steal that artifact so that I could sell it on the black market. But I'd never imagined that he'd use it to murder my father.
Well, that's a lie because that's not the murder weapon. right. Doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing a sword. The Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death. Damn it! Is there seriously nothing I can do?
Mornath will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf.
Let's see.
Threatened.
Mornath, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Mornath, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes?
Oh, you stupid Heavensborn! Demons never truly die! When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyssal hells!
Hell?
If I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed.
What?
Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail.
Those three are a pain to argue against when they're together. I can't break Beatrice's confidence at all.
So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? I didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Mornath. I'm so cross with you.
I should give my apologies. I won't do it again.
Don't worry. I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor?
Come on, don't you have anything else?
There is one thing.
Damn it, not again!
Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me?
Yeah.
What?
Mornath, what did you just do?
I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn.
You...
It looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert.
No, this can't be how it ends. Not after I've come this far.
What is it that you like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert. Not yet.
Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've overseen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it all ended the same. Come on, think of something, anything. While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Haraldson's exhibit, none of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wivengard law, and there's no proof that the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We'll be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume. Damn it, is this seriously how it's going to end? After everything we've gone through to get here?
Not quite. This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes, pure beyond the divine gate as I once did. Mornath called you a Heavensborn, and your mother told you that there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is a divine gate? Why do you have the Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately, but you thought you finally figured out who you were supposed to be. But all of this, everything you've been working towards, it was all a lie. You've spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Tymora, but is she even like her? No. She just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you? Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You've just been making mistake after mistake. Leaving Ardax, trusting Tymora, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. You never once made a path for yourself. But you saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Drakeagen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you can't make it real. I'm gonna use cave on this. It's true that you followed Tymora's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told.
What do I do?
I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer.
Oh, man.
You've always known the answer. You take a deep breath and relax your thoughts.
How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Mornath?
Situations can seem hopeless sometimes, but there's always a way to win in the end.
How do you prove that? How do you? I got it. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Use physical evidence
that connects Beatrice and Mornath.
Yes.
In order to convict Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Mornath's actions. People leave trails. Even when they think they've committed the perfect crime, something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Mornath the order. Beatrice's relationship with Mornath is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. Let me take a look at something. So it is a divination. So it's a divination spell, Returum. So okay, it's a duration definitely. Well, it was illusion magic, not divination magic, was it? Anyway, what is unique about Beatrice's relationship with Mornath? There's a specific way their relationship works. Their connection is facilitated through a pact.
Yes.
There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact, as Mornath calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said, but what was it? Who told you something about demonic pacts? I think I know who. The old fucker. Harold Haraldson.
Take that.
Oh, right. The sword of spell eating is said to have been forged using a pact between a demon and a mage.
Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got.
Well, legends say the demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding document? The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. That's right. Beatrice must have made a blood contract with him. A legally binding document like that must describe how their relationship works.
Leaf did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone that she couldn't control.
So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Mornath's actions. But it's not as if they'll ever show it to me. It would be a tall order to even prove that blood contracts even exist.
I guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So just this once, let me guide you the rest of the way.
What?
Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything.
The truth?
So, say it together with me.
Mornath, dweller of Avernus.
Wait, what are you doing?
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Frega.
Beatrice's blood contract has been added to the court record.
It's a legal document written in blood. It's also 50 pages long. Luckily, you somehow know the excerpt of the exact section you need. Mornath is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Frega can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule, and exempted individuals will only remain so for 24 hours. After that, Mornath cannot harm them unless told otherwise. I did it! But how? Was that really my... No, that's not important right now. She gave me what I needed. The rest is up to me.
What in the nine hells was that?
You! Where did you learn to?
Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract.
You did what?
Blood contract? You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frega and her familiar.
Oh,
Incredible. Where did you learn how to do such a thing? The library? Oh, to think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out the how to do that?
It's a long story. I'm not sure if she'd believe me even if I told her. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Mornath was acting alone, and the defendant is not to blame for his actions that night. However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Mornath is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frega designates someone to be exempt from this rule.
You...
Beatrice Frega, you didn't directly order Mornath to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Mornath that he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Mornath into Frega Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frega. And that is checkmate. Just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frega?
Do not call me that.
It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frega estate.
Do you have any idea what you've just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you!
Why should I care? You're just another noble, trying to steal power for yourself.
Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants! We wouldn't have just liberated House Frega, we would have liberated everyone! Miriam, Leif, Arya, even Asta! Our system is broken! The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside! As long as King Oliver sits on the throne, this suffering will only continue!
Lady Frega! As the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to the list of your crimes. Even though, I'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does.
It doesn't matter. I'm done either way.
Heavensborn, look at page 46 of the blood contract.
By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frega forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frega fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frega and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. The contract.
The contract goes on to name several parts of House Frega's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity.
Arya was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. They were to the abyssal hells.
Why would you agree to something like this?
Because I miscalculated. In this folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into their hands.
You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frega's resources.
What are you talking about? Lucio Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy.
It's clear your time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought.
Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as this unstoppable tyrannical force. But I never even considered one possibility. That William Frega was a sheltered moron.
He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work.
I could have sent this information to House Steelwind and the King. But I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frega as soon as I could. I felt trapped. I felt angry. I just wanted something to change.
Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside... Go on.
Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger.
A blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it?
What?
If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it.
What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are a heavens born.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help.
What? Why? We can at least try, right? Did you seriously come this far just so you could die?
To dispute a blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate.
But still, I can't just...
You've beaten me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Leif, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity.
I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly.
Not gonna say you're under arrest because she was already under arrest.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, as okay as I can be.
Still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't feel quite like the victory you were hoping for. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll...
No.
Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous people. You can't just ignore this.
How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Tymora was the adult in that situation. And what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tymora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. As a result, you never formed any other relationships. She isolated you because she wanted to use you.
Please just listen to me and...
Shut up.
Tyrion?
How could you do this? How could you work with criminals?
Cuthbert,
Everything you told me, all those ideals about protecting the weak, was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it?
I'm just trying to...
I don't want your help.
As you yell at her, your voice echoes throughout the lobby. Several of the people nearby turn silent.
I gave up everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. It was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for a goddamned lie. But I'll make it real, and I'll do it without you.
Tyrion, As she reaches her hand out to you, you step away from her.
You never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus.
That's not...
Shut up! I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies. Go away, get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again.
Without a word, she walks away from you.
Tyrion.
She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? I'm sure you understand now. Tymora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge. So where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think that she's enjoy spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
No.
What? I can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion,
Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender.
There, what about that?
Checkmate.
Damn it. You've been acting weird since we arrived in Ornax. Does it have something to do with your mother? Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I?
Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You feel Celeste holding your trembling hand from behind you. It's the same sensation you felt back then. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath.
I'm not going to do that, Miss Tymora.
As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug.
Huh?
Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop?
No, it's just... people are staring at us.
Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're gonna hate us no matter what we do.
You're still unsure of what you're going to do next. But perhaps you don't need to, even if Tymora's idea was a lie.
Hey, Celeste. There's something I've been wanting to tell you about.
Oh? What is it?
It's hard to explain, really. I don't even know where to begin. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus.
Even if that idea was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust Tymora anymore, you have people in your life that you can't trust.
Episode end!
But wait, there's more, isn't there?
Yeah, just a little bit more. There always is. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Tymora hates it, we're gonna need to put him in the ground.
I don't think that will be necessary.
Sorry, love. Well, you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's gonna have to pay the price.
I think you've misunderstood me, Father. I meant that this facade is no longer necessary.
What? What? What the hell?
Is something wrong, Father?
Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why?
It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me.
She's a demon? Oh no!
Oh my God!
What are you talking about?
Things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Lyran's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me the Wyvern Guard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline.
Lyran? How do you know about my name, John Lyran? What? How do you know about my name? No one knew about that name. Not even my real daughter.
I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter.
You bastard! What did you do to her?
What I do to all my prey, I made her suffer.
No.
Did you know that she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, you know. I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart.
You monster! You goddamn monster!
I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave is the blood of a Celestial.
That's what this is about? That stupid kid?
But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I'm done with him.
You goddamn demon, I'll kill you!
This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him.
What the hell are you talking about?
You! I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony.
What? Let go of me!
You killed my entire family. I won't let you get away with this.
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all those children? What the fuck?
I already got released by paying off the judge.
What are you all talking about? Get away from me!
Don't lie to us. We know what you did.
No, stay away! No!
We finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I
What
The hell?
actual
Shit.
just happened? I got a question for you, Cannonball. You got a question?
Yeah, hang on a second. I pressed the wrong button, but I do have a question. I mean, do you have a question? I mean, I think it goes something like this. What the heck is going on here? What? Well, I knew something was off about that bitch from the start, but she's a goddamn demon? Holy shit. Wow.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Wow.
Truth be told, bro, I know we could have ended this earlier, but to get to the bottom of this whole thing, worth it.
Totally worth it. So yeah, we must leave you now because we've just soiled ourselves. But tune in next time when we get to the very last episode and we get to the very heart of this matter. So, hope you enjoyed it just as much as we did. I'm the Cannonball Alex Steele.
I am the Package Andrew Steele.
We are the Steel Twins, and we are for real. Top Guys out. Ciao!